Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I am still getting all my windows organized. Give me a moment here. Almost ready here. Alrighty. So, welcome to my stream here. I will be working on the Dash wallet for the Dash Incubator today, which is what I've been working on a lot for a while now. But we've got it to the MVP stage 1, which is outlined in this README. And we've been working on the QA to get it wrapped up. And it's pretty close, but on the last stream, Cool AJ 86 and I had made some changes to how the transactions are being sent and created. And I suspect, at least from the small amount of testing we were able to do, that there are some bugs in the process. And so I want to look in and make sure we've got those ironed out a little better. And there's also a few other remaining things that I think need to be finished. But I do think by the end of this stream today, we should be officially done with QA and on to stage 2. So let's see. Let me get some music going. Is that working? This was working earlier. There it is. That's odd. I'm gonna restart that song. Huh. That's kind of weird. All right, I guess I'm not restarting the song. Every time I attempt to, it wasn't playing the first part. Okay. You know, it's kind of funny to me. I've been trying to do better about posting to different channels that I've gone live and try to do it to Twitter. And every single one apparently gets random spam replies. I don't use Twitter that much, or X, or whatever you want to call it. My opinion is when I can go to my Twitter profile without it redirecting to twitter.com, I will call it X. But when I go to x.com/JojoBite and it redirects me to twitter.com/JojoBite, it is still Twitter. All right, so let's run through this real quick to recap for anyone new. In the Dash Incubator, we have been building this new wallet, and while it interacts with the Dash cryptocurrency, our goal was more to make a wallet that is similar in experience and functionality to using Venmo versus using a traditional cryptocurrency wallet. So the process here is more geared towards adding contacts and sending to and receiving from contacts than it is others. So this is the wallet we've been working on. This is the design I'm showing here. You could generate a new wallet. You could add an existing one. The original designs only accounted for phrases, but we support key stores now. You go through this process, you get to a page like this, and it would show the balance of your wallet, your contacts, and let you send to and receive from the contact. You could delete a contact, and you could also start from here in case you wanted to do a one-off and send to a Dash address that is not in your contacts. You could do that. We have several settings that weren't accounted for in the designs, but we do have in ours. Let's see. So let's just go over here. One of the things I actually fixed off stream the other day was this stuff. Well, that's actually just moving that function. Yeah, there it is. So while I was working with CoolAJ86 to get the send functionality changed so that you could send your full balance, in the process of doing that, I had moved these event listeners thinking that it wouldn't matter if they were moved down and grouped all together. And boy, howdy, was I wrong. These ones specifically are for the hide and show password toggle, and they have to be higher up. Actually, I could probably remove these from the main function entirely and put them higher up, and they would work. Or I could even, where main is instantiated or where it actually gets executed down here, I could probably stick them down here too. The issue that I discovered with it not working turned out to be we've got this stuff that I also changed. So we have the onboarding. It's a little more clear on this side, or maybe I should just go to the file. Let's do that. So this shows the onboarding. If there's no phrase in the app state, it shows the onboarding process. And then this is one of the things I changed is I had it in if else here, and it was running this function, and then I was having to call it again. I'm hoping that eliminating the else here and just having this one will work. I do think I've done something similar to this, and for some reason in some scenario this alone wasn't working. I had to have the else. I'm hoping whatever scenario, weird, whatever, this will work. Like maybe it's been resolved, but that's what this is showing. Is it used to be else wallet, and then it still wasn't there sometimes, so I had to add that one, and then that covered all the scenarios. I'm hoping just removing that and having this one will work. And then I moved a couple other things, but primarily I had to move these event listeners for change and input above the awaiting these things. Because inside of the onboarding is where some of the fields with these password toggles is. So when those weren't added yet and we're waiting until or awaiting these, they never got called. And so it broke the toggle fields. And it's kind of annoying. I kind of like grouping the event listeners. So those are document event listeners. These are document event listeners, click versus change and input. And one of the other things I'm realizing I very much dislike and might change right now, they are both calling the exact same functionality. So it's a duplication. I'm going to go ahead and cut this real quick and move this outside here. So I'm going to say function. Wait, let me paste that. Okay. So async function event and we're going to call it change input. Maybe I'll call it handle checkbox change. I'll call it that. It's specific to this right now, so that's what I will call it. And I'm gonna swap this out for that right here. And then if we come back down where I just modified it, that can be that. And so this should work. I'm gonna go ahead and test this right now, since I haven't added anything yet. So right here, if I type some characters, it's toggling right there, that's good. And if instead I go to generate a new wallet, I'm gonna add Jojo as my alias. Gonna copy that. And let's try and back this up real quick. Okay. This is where Ryan discovered it wasn't working. So that is still working with this change here. So we're gonna encrypt that and we've got a brand new wallet. All right, and before I forget, let me get a new window going here. I'm not going to set this up yet. I just will likely need two wallets to test contacts at some point, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. Okay. So these ones don't access state at all, but I think, yeah, there's app state and some other stuff like app dialogues and stuff that's called in here that it makes more sense to have them defined here. I'm going to go ahead and remove these since they're not being used. All right, let's do a comparison. I want to get this committed so that it is fixed. So most of this is just shifted code. All right, so I'm going to add that. What about here? So handle input. Oh, and this one I moved the change right next to the input. And so it is acting like I added a bunch of code, but in reality, I just shifted some code around here. All right, I'm going to commit both of these. We're going to say fix UI, fix a bug, toggle, go hide pass. All right, going to go ahead and push that. Okay, so that gets one of the problems Ryan had pinged me about fixed. So once that is deployed, he had mentioned a few other things. I'm trying to find them right now. Okay, so and he's had a few of these problems and they haven't gone away, even though a lot of this stuff has been fixed. So it's not exactly clear what's going on. So let's go back to here. Okay, so he had the show hide button isn't working, and that had been a problem. I fixed it. It wasn't a problem, but I think he had still seen it as a problem sometimes. And then I actually really did break it again. So that's what this fix was. I just did. So this should be fixed. Add in a, that should be friend, I'm assuming. Add a, I'm gonna actually reword his stuff here. So add contact modal when I paste in your URL. So URI, and it's intermixed. Let's say URI. It parses, but it only brings in your address, no names. My friend URI is just a dash address. URI is just a dash address. Not the full URI with xpub. Okay, so I need to look into these. But one of the things that he and I had discussed, so I'm going to look at this first, is it seems like a caching problem because sometimes the errors he's seeing are things that I've already fixed and should be updated. And so for whatever reason, it seems like his device is not getting the latest version. So with that in mind, I was thinking maybe the deploy to the static site. Oh, wait. So we use rsync to do the deploy. I had made a GitHub action for this. So if you have the correct permissions, it does do a delete. It excludes the .git. It chooses the branch. And this clean branch outputs branch is this right here. And so what this is doing is let's show it. Oh my gosh, I hate freaking drop down menus there. It did not used to be there. They're very irritating. I'm not liking it. Okay, that's not the branch we're on. We are on a fix stage 1 QA. All right, so with this branch, it is fix / stage -1 -QA. But because we're expecting it in a single directory, so the branch should drop it like that. This little function, or this rather, uses a shell script functionality that will replace slashes with dashes. So instead of fix QA stage 1, or instead of this, it literally will find any slashes like that and just replace it with a dash. And so it means we're able to access this .wallet.-incubator.dev, whatever. So we're able to access it at a URL like that, which would not be possible if that was a slash. So that's what this is doing, is it gets the branch name from there and inserts it in the rsync target so that it all gets uploaded to that directory. Now that I'm seeing this and looking into it, I think it's supposed to update all of this. I suppose I could look at rsync. Rsync. I have an R in there. Do the R. So A is archive mode, which ensures that symbolic links, devices, blah, 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 and times are preserved. V, verbose mode, which displays the progress and details of the transfer. Z, compression mode, which compresses the data during the transfer to save bandwidth. And then R. What does R do? I'm assuming R is recursive. Recursive. All right. So AVZR, that's all pretty straightforward. Delete. This tells rsync to delete extraneous files from the receiving side, ones that aren't on the sending side, but only for the directories that are being synchronized. You must have asked rsync to send the whole directory dir or dir without using a wildcard for the directory's contents. Since the wildcard is expanded by the shell and rsync thus gets a request to transfer. Okay. Don't know. I'll have to look into how I set up that action. So exclude, and then we just exclude the git directory. Well, the directory and any git files. So we take the dist and we push it there. Okay, so what I'm thinking is it should actually be removing things correctly. Instead of I don't want to get into like a huge modify this rsync action type of thing right now. That's not my goal. I want to get to some real code here, not deployment stuff. So I want to see if there's a force or something. So what? Try to handle sparse files efficiently. So take up less space on the destination conflicts with in place because it's not possible to overwrite data in a sparse fashion. So maybe in place is what I want. Basically, I want this rsync functionality to always upload and replace. Not like if it finds an index.html and it's the exact same file size or checksum or whatever, I want it to replace no matter what. It might mean we're sending a little more data, but then we at least know it's getting the latest files from our deploy. In place. This option changes how rsync transfers a file when its data needs to be updated. Instead of the default method of creating a new copy of the file and moving it into place when it is complete, rsync instead writes the updated data directly to the destination file. This has several effects. Hard links are not broken. This means the new data will be visible through other hard links to the destination file. Moreover, attempts to copy differing source files onto a multiply linked destination file will result in a tug of war with the destination data back and forth. In-use binaries cannot be updated either. The US will prevent this from happening. We're not deploying binary, so that should be fine. The file's data will be inconsistent. Oh man, this is, sorry. Let me see. It's kind of killing me here. Let me, much better. That's why I made that bookmarklet. Okay, so the file's data will be in an inconsistent state during the transfer and will be left that way if the transfer is interrupted or if an update fails. A file that rsync cannot write to cannot be updated. While a super user can update any file, a normal user needs to be granted write permission, blah, blah, blah. The efficiency of rsync's delta transfer algorithm may be reduced if some data in the destination file is overwritten before it can be copied to a position later. I don't know if that's exactly what I'm looking for. let's see, allows you to override. I want to overwrite. This tells rsync to remove from the sending side of the files that are part of... No, that's not it. Well, none of those jump out at me as this is clearly what I want. This forces rsync to skip any files which exist on the destination and have a modified time that is... Yeah, I definitely don't want that. So we are maybe looking for a force. This option causes sending side to treat a symlink to a directory as though it were a real directory. This is useful if you don't want symlinks to non-directories to be affected. Without this, if the sending side has replaced a directory with a symlink to a directory, the receiving side will delete anything that is in the way of the new symlink, including a directory, as long as force or delete is in effect. Okay. Delete. I do have delete, so this option tells rsync to delete a non-empty directory when it is to be replaced by a non-directory. It's only relevant if deletions are not active. See. All right, so I don't think any of these so far will improve the current setup. And I'm not going to get into big old hubbaloo. Is that it? What's the word I'm thinking of? Regardless, I don't want to get into a whole bunch of crap over this. So, I'm not seeing anything that seems obvious that it will improve things, so I think I'm going to leave this as is for now. It should be deleting files, and we're not doing the update thing, so this should be correct as it currently stands. All right, so I'm not going to do anything with the deployment stuff. We're going to leave that as is. I don't know if this is a caching issue for Ryan, though. And the reason I'm curious is I know for a fact that I had to make changes to the way we were parsing URIs because it was not working in Safari. And while I've already made those changes, let's see. So we've got parse dash URI and then parse address field. So we check if the URI includes a colon. We assume that we need to, well, we go ahead and split it. So that would take dash whatever and turn it into dash So that's what the split does there, is it turns it into something like that. Then we say protocol. So what we actually do is we do the split and we only grab this part. So it's saying protocol includes dash. So if that is dash or it includes it, and the reason we did include is I think doing a progressive web app to capture it, we would have to do web dash or something like that. It might not be web. I forget off the top of my head though. But we do something like that. So this includes would capture either of those. So in that scenario, we then take the URI and parse the dash URI here, which is its own thing. So we take the URI, we match it to that regex. We then take from the parsed URI, so what's processed with this match all thing, we take from that the params or an empty string and we turn it, use the new URL search params. Okay, so it could be that alone. What I think I had discovered is we were doing new URL, I think, something like this. So I think we were doing new URL and originally and dropping the URI in there. And so this completely was not working on Safari. iOS Safari. Not working. No clue why. It's been a function for a long time now. And so it just seems like a random, yeah, like if you look at the browser support for this, so it's been in Chrome since 32. So 2014, 2015, 2013, 2014, 2013. Okay, so it's been in there a long time. Oh, and the constructor form. So this constructor, which is technically what we're using, that's been in Chrome even longer. So it's been in Chrome longer. Oh, but look at that in bizarreness. Oh, that is a little bit funny. So the URL constructor was not in Safari 7 in 2013. It's only been there since 2021. So even though we're coming up on 3 years in browser, at least for Ryan, this was not working. So I don't know if I would have assumed Safari keeps getting updated regardless of his iOS version. Like, and in that sense, I mean, like most phones nowadays, they do, you know, what, like 3, 5, whatever years of updates, and then you're not guaranteed any more OS updates on your phone. I would assume the browser is separate from the phone. So even if your iOS isn't updating, I would assume you still get Safari updates. But maybe, I don't know what how old his phone is, but maybe he's on an old enough version of iOS that it hasn't updated past this. And so in that same realm, I'm thinking if we look for this URL search params, it might also not have been added. Okay, so URL search params, constructor, Safari. Oh wait, Safari iOS is even different. Dagnabbit. Let me go back there and open this in a new tab. Okay, so compatibility. So that, I guess Safari here is actually desktop. So 2017 for desktop Safari, but there's Safari on iOS. That's also 2017 and 2017. So both of those have been around longer. And then to come back down here, I was looking at this Safari. So URL constructor 14.1, Safari iOS 14.5. So both were in 2021. I guess around the same time, even though they're different versions. So yeah, this has been out for close to 3 years. But this is my suspicion of where it's going wrong. I thought we had verified that is working. It might be worthwhile for me to, probably not on this stream. I want to get to some other stuff, but it might be worthwhile to make a very simple, like plain HTML with like some JavaScript written in, and see if, you know, like instead of a console log, actually write it to the document body, or, you know, write it to the page. And so see if Ryan or someone else on Safari on iOS, if it will correctly parse this. Because that's my hunch right now. This is not working. URL search params is just not working on iOS. And even if it's technically working, but if it's not doing it the same way, or it's providing different information, that could be what's going wrong with his parsing. And so even though I thought that was fixed, it might not be fixed. Well, I want to remove this. I'm just going to back it up here. And I'm going to undo that stuff as well. Okay. So that's what I suspect right now. That's not parsing, which is breaking all the other stuff that's happening with the URI. By which I mean, inside of here, if we create a new contact, we get this field. And this field right here, you can't see it, but if you copy the URI, I'll clear this so we can see it here. No, I'll do it here. Let me do it here. Okay, so we've got that. I'll zoom in a bit. Oof, that's a lot, but you know, is what it is. Maybe I'll change this to JavaScript. And then I'll go ahead and, I don't know. Okay, so this is the start of the query string right here. All right, so unlike all the squigglies, let's go back to text. So that's what's in this field here, is this URI. So we've got the dash part, and then after that part, we've got this query string part that starts with xpub, and then it has a few ampersands, and you've got sub, preferred username, updated at, scope. All of these, let's look at what he had said is happening real quick. Wish this scrolled better and faster. I'm feeling lazy, so I'm actually going to copy that, scroll over to where I want it. New tab. No. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, so now with it right there. Oh, did I delete it? That's why. Okay. So in add contact modal, when I paste in the URI, it parses, but it only brings in your address, no names. So it's grabbing this, but not this. So not Jojo. And why it would do that, I don't know. It should work, I think. And my contact URI is just the dash address, not the full URI with xpub and names. So he is getting just this. When he goes, to share his own, like I just did, this is my own contact information. It's only copying this part, not all of this. So that's where I'm thinking it's something with this parse, because we parse there. We've also got this parse address field, which calls to it, and that does a few different things. So it goes, so if the URI includes a colon, it tries to parse it. If the URI starts with xpriv, it sets the xpriv to the URI. If it starts with xpub, it sets the xpub to the URI. Otherwise, it assumes it's an address and drops in the URI. So I think it's something to do with this. But I don't know. It's kind of funny because there's also some new CSS features we'd like to use. And I was just telling Ryan that I literally had to undo some CSS features that I would love to use. It would make my life so much better. But I think when he was testing, he wasn't getting some of the styling. And so even though he's on like, you know, a iOS device, it's apparently outdated enough that his device wouldn't use some of these newer CSS things. So even though there's these other CSS things I would love to use, it's just like they haven't been out long enough. And those have been out close to a year now. I think in, you know, a couple weeks, they'll be out over a year. And they have supposedly 80% support or something like that. But this has like this parsing stuff for the URL search params. That's been out way longer than those, and it's not working. I'm relatively certain this is what's breaking. And so it's just so bizarre because you can have people using relatively modern devices, a lot more modern than back when I got started doing this stuff. I mean, like in the early 2000s, even in the, you know, 2010, you'd have a range of like, you know, 15-year-old, 20-year-old stuff, and you had to support all of it. Now it's like we only support the last 5 years, and you still have these issues. So I think it's that. I don't want to spend time on this until I verify that. So I will probably take some time offline sometime in the next week and make a simple page that I can have some iOS users test and tell me what they're seeing, and we can verify whether this is working properly. Because if that's not working, I will have to, I mean, it shouldn't be too hard, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to rewrite all of the functionality of this, which it's not much, but you can get into weird scenarios where there's edge cases and stuff you're not accounting for. So I could, just like here, we've got URI split. Instead of this, I could like do so you could do host and query. So if protocol includes dash, then you could do host and query dot split by question mark, and so then you could do adder, and or maybe I'll say this is host, this is query. So then you've got them split, but then you have to do like query is equal to query dot split ampersand and then you have to go query dot for, no, let's do okay, let's do for each. So I can do this right now. Obviously I'm showing you that I'm doing this right now, but let's say maybe I'll call that Q. So for each Actually, maybe I do want map. Or maybe I don't. I guess that's where I was thinking. If you had let... I'm just going to be lazy and call it that. That's not a good name. But instead of returning here, you do URY prop equal to val. Okay, so this code, it's not that much, but it kind of does something similar to parse-URI. In reality, this code would go into parse-URI. So if we took this and we went... Let's delete that. Okay, so instead of search params here, we would have something like this. And we might not actually need to do this split, so we could potentially eliminate some of this. All right, and we could change this, so search params. Okay, so if we do that and we refresh here, so for me, it returns this URL search param size. It's not actually logging this, although I think it should have ran. So generate dash URI claims. We go look at where this is logging. I got to zoom back out here. So inside that pairing data, we're not even... I guess we do have that there. Okay, so let's do this. We're using URL search params in a few places. So I'm gonna... Let's see. And I might drop that there in case we need it. Okay, so if we do that, then we could copy this and say this uses dash URL search params. And why is it complaining? Only a void function can be called with the new keyword. Okay, so we'll call it like that then. I don't understand how that's possible. Void literally means it doesn't return anything, so... Okay, so that's not a huge change there, although... Maybe I will assume that it's sending the params because that's what we were doing for the other one. So instead, we will drop this and that. Okay. So now they should relatively function a very similar way. Well, I guess we are doing parsed URI right there, so we don't need to log it there. But we can go find all the other URL search params and possibly do this. And actually, see, I already don't have support for this. So... in our function we just made, this is why I'm like, I don't want to get into this. The URL search params can also accept an array of key pair values like this. So it's an array of arrays like that. And claims is already set up to do that and blah, blah, blah. So it's just like, so we'd have that. And then let's see, where else? Right there. Nope. Copied the wrong thing there. Okay. But now our dash URL search params does not support this to be... It expects it to be a string, not an array. But in reality, this is... type of params is equal to string, we do this. Else if oh, dang it. How do you do the instance of thing? If, is it something like that? I forget. Or is it params instance of array? I don't remember. Because you, let's see. So let's search params and search params. So this might work. I've got a feeling I've missed something though. But if we refresh, we'll find out pretty quick. Hey, I missed something. Right hand side of instance of is not callable. Okay. Let's try that. All right, that worked. Worked-ish. Let's say worked-ish. And I'm gonna change this to that. And we will filter for that and refresh. All right, so now we've got search params. We get those three things, and the return result is scope sub xpub. So I don't think that's working correctly, but let's click there first. Okay, so those are everything we passed in, and this is what we've got. So scope, sub, xpub, updated that. That actually looks right, I think. All right, so that's correct-ish. I don't know why those other first ones looked like that, though. Let me refresh. And without filtering, let's find those. So we try to generate. Maybe it's just empty right then. So maybe that's fine. I don't know. Certainly seemed to work here, which is where it's really useful. And I will go ahead and add a phrase over here. Let's do this and say byte and add. Let's do that. Well, let's test this while we're at it. Okay. All right. And encrypt. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a new contact over in the other window. And so we got stuff like this. So the generate dash URI claims versus URL search params looks like that. All right. Why is that? Stop it. Okay, so I'm gonna copy the URI from over here. And let me clear that so I can keep track of things here. Right. Copy. Paste. All right. Now that is interesting. That clearly did not parse correctly. So right here, it gave dash URL search params as an empty object type of thing. So the search params. Yes, I could have included that so I know what's provided. So this is where it should have been called, is in the parse dash URI. It managed to get the address out of it. And this contact is going to be completed, I think, now. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Yeah, let's delete that one. All right, let's do a new contact now that we've modified this a little. All right, and paste that. So now, that didn't help. Let's wrap these so I can see which is which. I'm assuming params is actually empty for some reason. So this is probably going to be garbage too. Let's delete that. All right. And refresh. All right, new contact. Copy. Paste. Yes, so params is an empty string. So we get the dash URL search params. We can maybe change this. So if params is string and params is not equal to an empty string, or params is an instance of an array and not, and params.length greater than 0. Okay, let's see what that does. I think I just moved that contact too. Right, and new contact. Copy. Okay, so now it still grabbed the address. So parse dash URI. So parsed URI is address params protocol. Oh, hey, that's funny. Whatever I did actually broke this. So this field only has the dash address now. So I did manage to break that. Which brings me back to, I don't want to get into this because even though it seems as simple as splitting a string by ampersands and stuff like that, it's not that simple. It's a little more complex. But it does make me think that part of it is this is not working correctly. Although it seems more tied to the dash URL search params now, because it was working for me. So I want to watch just that this time. And I don't want to clear stuff, so I want to watch this the whole way. Actually, I'm going to delete this one first. Remove. Refresh. Or wait. Clear. Clear, refresh. Okay, so we've got empty. I think all of those should be empty. That's probably right. So new contact. It did something new. So we've got new contact provided. This time provides all those params. Sets the query there. So params is incoming, search params is us messing with it. Well, in reality, so I could probably just do this, and then it would be empty if it's an array. And we just loop over it, so it might be a little easier to track where and when it's going wrong. So let's cancel this. We're gonna refresh. All right. I'm gonna clear that again though. So we're gonna go in here. We've got params is an array of items like that. We loop over that. Search params is still undefined, which is what we're expecting. And we return a object. So with that object, let's see if we just search dash, if it, okay, it does at least show this now. So then in here, it happens after this. So I'm thinking we take search params and, oh, so we don't have that. So it checks the size of search params, but in this instance, search params doesn't have a size anymore. So this would never get set. That's why it's empty. Like how I said I wasn't going to do this, and now I'm probably halfway through it, and I might as well finish it. I think there's a way. Actually, I think I saw this in AJ's code just the other day. Let me see if I can find what I'm thinking of real quick. I think it was in here, and find object dot. No? Oh, that's a comment. Dot. One of those. These aren't what I'm thinking of. Swear I just saw what I'm thinking of the other day. And now I can't find it. I was relatively certain it was in AJ's code. Well, what I wanted to do is, I think there's a way to see object dot. It has to do with the object properties. Maybe it was freeze. Okay, so what I am hoping for yeah, this is why I didn't want to get into this. It's taking too long on something. I mean, it might be that I have to do this to get it working with Safari, but I wanted to verify this was the problem first before I did any of this work, essentially. And now I've already spent enough time on it that I kind of want to finish, but so I can make my own function here. Instead of returning it, I can modify where I was using URL search params. So We go back here. Let me just find everywhere. Okay, everything that uses the URL search params is in this file. So that makes me a little more confident that if we modify how this is being used, so we can't do size, what we would have to do is object dot entries dot length is greater than 0. Okay, so essentially it doesn't have the size, so we convert it to an object. But if we're doing that, this is where I'm like, maybe I should just extend this thing and add the functionality so it does have a size, and then we could also give it a toString. That's essentially what I was thinking. But if we do that, instead of doing it like that, we would then go back up to here, and we would need to do, I'm just going to do it in here for now. So let's see, size. I don't know if this will work with this. I might need more there. Or I could also do query dot size is equal to this. Instead of doing it in there, we set the query size to an object that returns hang on. Possibly better idea, maybe not. So we do that, and this is set to query. And toString would be a little bit more difficult, but so entries, I think we could do maybe a map. And I think we could do p.join by an equal sign, and then join by ampersand. That might work. Let's test that out real quick. Even now, I kind of want to, let's say, let res equal that, turn res, and then I could also do all right, let's refresh, go back to here. All right, what do we got? So this, if all of this worked, nope, it did not all work. But we do have this here. So what do we have? Search params is undefined. Query string. How's the query string look? That looks pretty close to right. We take the query and we join it by ampersands. We join each of the parameters by an equal sign. That looks close to correct. I'm actually surprised that didn't work. But let's go find the search params. Oh, why is that erroring? Search params operator cannot be applied to types. Oh. I get why that's not working. So instead of making that a function, if it's like that, it might work. Let's refresh and try again. Okay, and click that. That looks a lot closer. There you go. It's looking a lot more close. So that URI is correct-ish. Let's look at it real quick. So we've got query string. It does look right. Now the downside is we could set this up differently so that you could apply changes to the parameters and the size would always reflect it. Oh, look at that. And it also doesn't have entries. If size is greater than from entries. Okay, that's a little bit funny. I think entries, we literally would do this. I might move that now. Or, I mean, it's kind of... So what I was wondering is if I could do this and then do get? No. Guess not. Either way, that might solve some of that. Search params cannot be applied to types, number, and number. Size. search params. Operator cannot be applied to types, number and number. Size is greater than 0. What do you mean it can't be applied to type number? Oh wait, did I just change that? Yeah, that's why. I just changed that. I was hoping that I could get this working like a getter. Oh, maybe I just set it up wrong. Let's try that. So get size. Maybe that will work. Doesn't seem like it's complaining the way it was, so let's test that real quick. Right. That looks correctish. Let me refresh the other one over here and see how that one's looking. Okay, so if we take that contact, we copy, we paste it here. It did grab the alias this time. The address looks like that's right. If we copy this one and paste it here, that copied right. And if we add an ad, okay. So that seems like our little wrapper appears to be working. What I'm wondering though is if, just thinking about this stuff, if we could do this dot entries like that. And then this is referencing that. And if we did that there, could we also do it right here? And then at least we're using this function that we were forced to make anyways. And the other thing that we should probably do, what is it? Object.freeze. I don't know if that's right. We just want to freeze. Preventing extensions and then changing all existing property descriptors. So this is where I just want to freeze these functions to prevent them from being overwritten. That's why I was looking at this define property property. I thought there's a way to do it when you're defining the property. So descriptor, object create null, descriptor value static. So using a null prototype, no inherited properties, not enumerable, not configurable, not writable defaults. Being explicit by using a throwaway object literal with all attributes present. That's what I was looking for right there. So define property. See, yeah, I just ran across some code where AJ was doing that. And then I can't find it now. I don't know where I found that. So, but that is essentially what I want to do. So it might be better to go down here and say object define property for res, and we want entries. With value. That's what I wanted. Writable. When the writable property attribute is false, the property is said to be non-writable. It cannot be reassigned. Trying to write to a non-writable property doesn't change it and results in an error in strict mode. Okay, so I do want writable false. Property attribute defines whether the property is considered by object assign or the spread operator. For non-symbol properties, it also defines whether it shows up in the for in. Okay, cool. Ah, I can do value. So I don't want the static thing there. I do want enumerable false, configurable. Whether the property can be deleted from the object, whether its attributes other than value and writable can be changed. So I also want that false. That's good. And then adding properties and default values. So wait, could I do this like so? If I'm adding it this way, I might not need to do that. I might be able to set it straight up on query like this. So let me see. We will do query and query. And we're going to do toString equal to this one. And size. This is where I'm wondering if I should do this one. So instead of value, can I do get? And this would be size. Something like that. However, toString, this expression is not callable, has no call signatures. Query toString. Oh. Oh, wait, that might not help. I don't know if that was actually the problem, but it wouldn't have helped. This entries map, whatever. Still not. But it's saying it returns an object, not function. So configurable value associated with the property can be valid JavaScript value, number, object, function, etc. So that should be right for those entries. So I know it's complaining here. And it's also complaining there. So while my linter is complaining, I do want to just test and see if it will actually work. Nope. Invalid property descriptor cannot both specify assessors and a value or writable attribute. Okay, but which one? Size. So it's complaining about size. I wonder if I could do value like that. Let's see if that works. Not read properties of undefined reading entries. This dot entries. Okay, let's try query dot entries. Nope, it doesn't like that. Oh, hey. Linter is complaining, but it got a lot further. Let's click that. Well, it's not doing it now, so I need a new contact. All right, let's see what the URI looks like. Nope, it's breaking somewhere. So now, to those watching, I would remind you back near the beginning of what I said, why I didn't want to get into this. And the reason was, it might seem like you're just breaking apart or combining equal signs and ampersands. But it's not quite that simple. All right, so that is object entries. It's actually showing those now. Doesn't look like it likes showing those though. What did it see? So this, it really did do the query string. All right, that's good. Expecting it to have not done that, but it did. I'm concerned how it's complaining about that. Solved it. Kidding, that's not a real solve. Actually, I'm not going to do that because I want to see that. Okay, the alternative that I'm kind of thinking of. For some reason, it still didn't work here. That's what we discovered. So even though we got the string here, so it did do a query string right here. This is complaining. So it's saying cannot be applied to types get, any, and number. What if I switch it back to new? Yeah, it doesn't like that. Nope, not that. I wanted to copy this. So you search params dot. See, it even acts like they are there. All right, so let's see if that works in this context. And entries, even though it's complaining about that, is not callable, has no callable signatures. No wonder. So I was doing these near the bottom because that's where I was doing that res thing. If I moved it up here, I swear there's a way to mark it as a void, but maybe we don't do a return. So instead of this, we could do this dot entries, this dot query. Okay. So if we do that, and we come back down here, and we say new, okay. Let's see what happens now. Some tiny little changes, but may have changed a lot. That's interesting. So query string is now object object. So this entries, object entries value. Yeah, so I don't think this would work right anymore because query string says object object. All right. Oh. Maybe that would work. Let's see if that works. Okay. All right, that fixed that at least, so the query string works. And then that doesn't look right though. That's too small of a QR code. So for some reason where this is getting set, it's still not working. So if we go search params, size, object entries, or here. Okay, so this is where we were doing size. Interesting. So we've got what? First one is claims, second is scope, search params is this one, and then size I was hoping would return the value, but it didn't. Okay, so size isn't quite working. It's returning the function, not the value, which would be why it's probably not working there. So this didn't work. What did it show here? I thought I had just seen something that was combining the get with the other values. Let's copy this, paste it there. Do that. Let's see what that does. I think it'll break. Okay, so break, that's the error we got before. What if we do that? Nope. Oh, because I need to do that. Okay, let's see about that. Nope. Okay, well, what if instead of these, we did value. Okay, will this work? Nah, it's something. What did we return though? Nope, it's not quite. About that. So length 0 here. Even though I'm thinking it shouldn't be 0. See that? That's what I'm looking for. Something like this. Example of an object property added with defined property with an accessor property descriptor. So yes, this is what I want to do. And I feel like I've tried all of this. Let's copy this. And I'm gonna move it up here. So get that. And what do we have? So get return this entry's length should be correct. Enumerable. I don't want it enumerable. I don't want it configurable. Maybe it can only be done in that instance. Oh wait, then it says property B exists in the object and its value is 38. The value of OB is now always identical to B value unless OB is redefined. You cannot try to mix both. So conflict throws type error value appears. I just want this to work. Is that too much to ask for? Apparently it is. So this size, get. And if I comment these out, would it work? Looks like it. What about just some of them? Well, that's not what I want. Oh, hey. Okay, so I can't change writable. Oh, because there's no set. So it's not writable anyways because there's no set. Derp. All right, so that appears to work. It's not enumerable, it's not configurable, but now the size is working as I was hoping. Okay, so now if we come back here and we click here, is our URI right? Certainly looks right. That's good. Okay, so now we've got this functioning very similarly to the built-in version. It's just not the built-in version. But we've got our own little thing. It seems to be working. Let me pair two contacts again. And these are the same wallet, but it should be enough that we can test this. So paste that one there. Cool. And paste this one here. Okay. All right. So exactly what I didn't want to do. But it's done now. And it appears to be working. So I'm going to go ahead and get this committed. I'm going to clean up first a little bit. We're going to hide that. I'm going to drop this. Let's check out that. All right, so dash URL params. I think I feel safe enough to delete those. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. And I'm gonna delete that one, but leave that in case I want to log stuff. All right, that's a little bit cleaner. I'm gonna delete this one too. And this. Okay. That's cleaned up quite a bit. I'm going to leave the commented out version for now. Gonna leave that for now too. All right. So let's say fix data bug. URI param parsing. All right, and I'm going to push that. All right, I'll have to ping Ryan and see if he can test that out once it gets released. Go here and cut that again. Oh my gosh, too many messages. That's what I want. All right. So I think it should be. And check out the GitHub action real quick. Go to actions. Yeah, it's already pushed. So this should be up to date. Hopefully you have that fixed, and hopefully that didn't break things I'm unaware of. All right. Actually, for that matter, I'm gonna go ahead and wipe this out. For good measure, I'm actually just gonna wipe all the storage here. All right, refresh there. So I'm gonna do an import here. Wallet Jojo, add wallet. That's still working, that's good. Not that I was expecting it not to, but you know. And no errors that I'm seeing yet. Okay. I'm gonna go to the other wallet I had set up and clear out its storage as well. And this one, I'm gonna generate a new wallet, call it Byte. So far, so good. Okay. And I'm gonna do new contact and copy URI, paste, copy URI, paste, add, and add. All right, so they're paired again. Looks like it's successful. All right, hopefully that will resolve Ryan's issue and any other iOS users. It's irritating that we had to do that, but it's in there. Okay, let me go here. So we had a couple things here on the list that I wanted to get done as part of the QA. And we also need to, let's see, what else? Huzzah! All right, he says it's actually fixed. So, let me just go here. Where was that? Okay, let's see. Okay, let's try and refocus here. So should be done with search params, should be done with that. Key press event, I don't think I need these right away. I don't think I'm gonna reference that. Or that. Right now, at least. Dang, nabbit. I didn't mean to close that one. Just trying to switch tabs. Right. All right, so I need to test sending funds back and forth between wallets. Let me see here. I've got a few wallets that should have funds. I'm gonna actually wipe out both of these wallets real quick that I just set up because I want at least one of them to have funds already, rather than doing this again and sending more funds into these things. So let's do this. And I'm gonna disconnect this one. Okay. So I'm gonna add an existing one. Actually, I'm gonna test a couple because I think one of these I have funds in, and I think I forgot to mark it as having funds. So we'll test this out real quick. No funds there. Let's start a new contact because sometimes I've got funds in one of the contacts. Nope. Right, I'm gonna disconnect that then. Add existing and try a different one. Relatively certain one of these has funds. No luck there. Ah, there we go. I knew it. Okay, so we got some there. And I'm gonna set up the other wallet as well. Right. Okay. All right, so I'm going to pair these contacts real quick. Let's do that. And this. Alrighty. All right, sorry, bouncing around some windows here. Let's see. So, what I want to test here. All right, so I have funds in this wallet. I'm gonna select this one and say send. So I've got these buttons added. You can do half or full. What we were having the most trouble with, I think, is the full send, but I'm gonna go ahead and do a half send first here. I'm gonna click send. It's confirming 2 byte, that much. Generated the hex. If it was gonna fail, usually it fails before you can create the transaction. So now that should be posted there. There you go. And I use several different sources. And this one already updated. So we can click OK. Our balance has changed. Well, that's not right. Yeah, that's not right at all. So this address got that much. Was the rest returned here? Let me refresh here. No. Okay. So it caught one of them. But it didn't update for both of them. However, it sent to 2 addresses. It sent way more than I intended, though. So it should have sent this much. 0.005014. Instead, it sent 0.0066 plus 0.0136. Is that right? That doesn't quite look right. Something's off here. So that would be 0.079. And so that would have been 0.08. So this wallet should have 0.08, which is way more than what I told it to send. Shoot. Wait. Okay, I've got a feeling I know what happened here. The way it originally gets updated, it uses the WebSocket connection that I set up. And what I was originally doing, let's go find this real quick. So we've got init-socket here. It listens for its own address, I think. So we've got check address. So if addresses includes the address in the WebSocket, All right, so I'm thinking it looks for the address. It finds if it's in the WebSocket event or whatever you want to call this, the data that gets pushed to it. It, I think, incorrectly grabbed the value. So what I think happened is the change value for this one and where's the other window here? And the actual transfer to this one got swapped. So when this one initially loaded the transfer, it was showing the change for this one. But then I refreshed and it showed the correct balance. So I might have an issue here in the WebSocket connection. It's probably with this stuff, actually. Let's re-enable some of these logs real quick. All right, so we do have this log. I wasn't really watching the... Oh. And of course, in ironies of irony, I just disabled this. I had just set that to false, and I might actually need that to debug, because I haven't ended up having anything that I needed to debug in there for a while. So let me re-enable that. All right, so we've got these here. I'm gonna refresh, so we've got the debugging re-enabled. Okay, so I also want to open up the WebSocket messages. That should be it. So these are essentially what I parsed. You get these messages from the WebSocket stuff, and it gives you a transaction ID and then the vouts. So I look in the vouts and I go, hey, is my address in these vouts? And it was in the vout, and yet for some reason, what I thought should be the actual value there, I got the value for this one, the return address, even though it should have been paired up. Just like here, it should have had this amount. And if we come here, let's see, is it, I'm wondering if I remember this API. Hey, look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so this is actually the transaction that went haywire. It's got the VINs there and then the vouts. So I was expecting this. I was not expecting those. And what happened is, let's find our address in here. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. I want this window over here. Let me see. Location, IndexedDB, addresses, and our balance. Only got one with a balance, so I'm going to assume it's this address. Okay, so there we go. We have value 013360. So both of these got sent. Okay. Okay. This is making sense to me. So I tried to send 0.005 of something to this wallet here. The one that I've highlighted the numbers here. So I tried to send 0.05 whatever and change, which is this one. So 0.05336 or something close to that. But the way that AJ has Dash Wallet set up is instead of sending the exact amount or very close to the exact amount, it sent more. And I guess if I wanted, I've already, I think, cleared this, so I don't think I have the value I tried to send anymore. So I'd have to back up the stream to see the amount I actually tried to send. But it was 0.05. However, it may have been slightly more than what was sent here. I think it was actually 0.054 something. But because there are two vouts, it found this first vout actually had our address. It grabbed that, and that's what it showed. I clearly did not account for there being multiple going to the same address. So there's something in here that, which I mean, the way this works, the sum, I think this should be called similar to a for function, I believe. I can look that up real quick though. So MDN sum. There it is. So the sum method of array instances tests whether at least one element in the array passes the test implemented by the provided function. It returns true if in the array it finds an element for which the provided function returns true, otherwise it returns false. It doesn't modify the array. I don't know if it exits as soon, so false unless callback function returns truthy. Value for an array element, in which case true, is immediately returned. Okay. So I had copied this code. I've actually never used sum myself. This was copied from some of AJ's code. And I'm thinking the sum found the first one, it was truthy, and so it ended. where in reality, I needed it to loop over all of them, I think. Socket found in store. And element is open. We close it. Okay. That's for funding. So if we request, if we don't have enough and we're saying, hey, you need some more funds before you can make this other transaction, we pop up a dialog that shows your funding QR. So what I think we could do is, instead of sum, we could either do maybe a map or a filter. Let's check out filter real quick. I think it might work the way I was anticipating. It would return all the values, not just the first one. Because map would loop over all of them, and it would basically output values for all of them, I think. Even if we didn't return something, I'm not positive about that, but not find, filter. Or we could do every, let's see. Oh, no, not that one. Method creates a shallow copy of a portion of a given array, filter down to just the elements from the given array that pass the test implemented by the provided function. So that would filter the array. This is where we kind of want the map to return all the values, but we don't necessarily want all of the values. We just want the ones that match. Let me see, map. So what I'm talking about here right now is might disable that for a second so I can see. So let's say we have is equal to an array, and in the array we have A, B, C, and D. And then we could do let found adders is equal to adders dot map. And then we want to test, let's see, V, so V. We could do it like this. Includes so B and D. All right, so found adders includes that. We return it. on console.log found errors. So yeah, it returned false, true, false, true. Now, if instead of map, or actually, hang on, let me modify this. So that's if it's truthy there. If we actually did this and said, okay, let's try that. It still returns false if it's false rather than the value. We loop it more, we could do, if this is what I was thinking about here. So turn that. What I miss? Guessing I missed one of those. There we go. Yeah, okay. So regardless, even if I don't return a value, it inserts one in the array in a map. If I did filter, okay, that would work. So I can do filter. That's what I want to do, I think, is instead of sum, I'm going to say filter and then result. Instead of being true, will be an array, and we'll say length is greater than 0. Okay, let's test that out. So if check address, so that returns false. So if check address and sent transaction, so it's our address, but we sent it. We do some updates, store inside balance, and trigger it to update that. Also, if our address isn't inside of there, okay, this might work, I think. All right, let's test this again. Now that we've got that in there, oh, let's re-enable logging. That might help us. And where's our other window? There it is. Let's refresh here as well. All right, so since it should be more obvious here, I'm going to say send and do half. And I might add this to notes so I can track things a little bit easier. So let me copy that for now. Okay, so let's select JoJo and we're going to say send. All right, and I've got a transaction hash. So we're sending half of our balance. 0.00333599. And so this should bounce back up to above 6 to 6 or something like that. Maybe a little more, maybe less. All right, send. Open that. That just jumped up. So notice how I said it should jump up to over 6. Jumped up to over 8. And we did update there. Okay, and in our console here, so we found address in store. We found it twice. That's good. That's what I wanted. So let's see here. Wait a second. It's not in there twice. What do you mean you found it twice? Found address in store. All right, I'm confused. So I'm thinking if I refresh this is going to be wrong because it triggered twice this time. And it shouldn't have. So if I refresh, I think this balance is going to go down. Okay. It did not go down. Let me do that. Update all funds. Update balance. Okay, but yeah, look at that. So this time I tried to send this much. Okay, so I tried to send the 0.003 and it sent 0.005. Which I know after talking to AJ and on stream, he had said it rounds to a certain point, and I think it's this, that decimal place. But still, I'm a little concerned by that. All right, but part of the problem, I'm gonna need to go into the send dialog here, so let's open that up. Wait, maybe it's not send. It's probably send confirm. Or not. I thought it was in create transaction, so... Okay. What's going on? What did I change here? Oh, that's right. I enabled debugging. All right, so I've got my create transaction here. It was using -tx. I don't know if this is being used anymore. Might just be getting logged. Oh, we are using it for the hash and sign all. But other than that, we're using dash wallet. Well, that's irritating. I just looked down and saw my mic muted. I don't know how long it's been muted for. More and more, I'm thinking my computer is randomly muting my mic because sometimes I swear I have not muted it. I'm just sitting here talking, thinking I'm talking to everyone on stream, and all of a sudden, hmm. All right, so what I had noticed, I don't know if this was actually captured or if my microphone was muted, but I noticed what is now called Dash Wallet Store Save here running, and it's running 3 times. I don't know why it's running 3 times. It does make me think that it could be getting instantiated 3 times, which I don't think I want. Maybe, I don't know. I suspect that if wallet.js is being imported in multiple places, it's probably calling it for each of those. So you see wallet.js. So wallet.js is called there, there, there. So that's 4 places. Which makes me think I should see it 4 times. Let me copy and paste that. I'm gonna actually clear here and refresh. So 3 times on initial load. And the places it's called are in wallet decrypt, encrypt, and balance, and then main. So update all funds is what's used in balance. And init wallet is what's used in decrypt, and it's also used in encrypt. So then it's initialized right there. But even then, see what that does. It broke things. That's what it does. Cannot be used before it's initialized. I mean, I'm assuming most of the calls happen in create TX. So what if I don't call it up here? Instead, drop it down here. Kind of like that. Well, maybe before that one. Let's do that. Okay, so now it's defined in the function that uses it. Well, let's see what happens now. All right, now at least it's not called at all until it's needed. But that doesn't mean still works. So if we do send f to byte send. Okay. So create transaction. Now inside of create transaction, it still gets called 3 times. Which makes me think it's being called 3 because there's a main, a savings, and a whiffs. Let's see, known modules, dash wallet here. There, specials. Okay, so AJ did something like that. Wallet contact. Not be used as a contact name is special. And yet, I'm not seeing it anywhere else, which makes me think that the command line version is where he actually implements. Oh, wait. How are those getting run? I'm not running wallet.contact. Is savings in another place? Oh. Okay. So that's there, but it's also here. Okay. So if no safe private wallet savings, we wallet generate that. That's how that's happening. I don't know what the whiffs are used for. I thought we were getting away from that. So I'm confused why he's got a whiffs there. I haven't been doing anything with that. I don't know how important this is. I was just a little concerned to see that run several times. It also it doesn't look like there's any way to override this naming. So like I get if AJ is tracking the whiffs. He's also got main in there. He's got this priority. I don't know how that's used, but it doesn't look like you can say, I don't want a savings one or whatever. You can't say what's what, essentially. Music stop. Kind of looks like the music stopped. Let me get some music going again. Yeah, might do. I'm gonna do this a little bit. I haven't used this playlist in a while. It's from an open source video game called Valoran. And I asked them one time, hey, are these open source? Is it stream safe? And they said yes. And so I'm hoping that it's true. It's kind of relaxing though, so I'm not going to listen to that right now. But you guys can. All right, I at least know why that's running 3 times now. It didn't seem to actually be because of where it was being added. And I think I prefer it being added at the top like that, so I'm going to leave it there for now. But I do think I need to figure out how to do some of the safe stuff. Wallet create safe. A wallets. Private wallets, pay wallets. And cash. That's what I was looking for, is the cash. I'm wondering if this WIF stuff is what he was using to send. To create a transaction, you need the private keys. All right, so safe cash, pay wallets. Kind of wish this was not 2,700 lines in. Yeah, because I've been trying to figure out how or which items I need to set. So it looks like I at least need addresses. That doesn't make sense. Unless there's a way to possibly set that to not an object or override the cache to an empty object. Like this could be deleted because it's done right there. So keys of adders. Values of adders. What I wanted to find out is what it gets set to. Looks like so far those are reading, looping over. There. All right, so save cache addresses adder, so the actual address is equal to address info, which is the result of generate address, so wallet HD path index. So index. I was expecting there to be more than this. Wallet HD path index, the HD path, the wallet. All right, so it kind of sets up the structure of data. But other than that, I was expecting index to get overridden somehow. Oh, so HD path star index -1. Star -1. This time they're both set, so HD path comes from index pay address. This actually, I was trying to see where he's overriding the index and thereby the HD path. So maybe I need to find this, but I have noticed that I think in some scenarios, I am skipping the 0 index and starting at index 1 because all the wallets initiate at address index 0. So in several scenarios, the 0 index address is not used as far as I'm aware. So it's possible I need to make some adjustments for that. I don't think it's that big of a deal right now. Not that concerned by it, but adder info index pay adder. Still -1 for index, it looks like. So this is adders, and it loops over. So let index equal 0. Does not have an if, it just x plus 1. So derive address info, address info transactions length, count plus 1. If count is greater than or equal to max sparse unchecked, we've checked this wallet for the maximum consecutive unused addresses from the last, possibly sparsely used address. So 20, that's more or less the number I'm doing. I don't know why AJ's using for loops like this. It seems very odd. Like at this point, I think he could do a while loop or something, or I don't know why he's not checking inside of it. But he's basically incrementing manually as soon as it runs, then breaking out down here. I don't know, it's odd. This was all because I was trying to figure out how the address is being incremented. So a lot of these start with -1. I was trying to see what happens with the -1. And it looks like most of the changes come here. So recently used index is equal to -1. Or index is equal to 0. Index plus 1. I think. Let's see. Count plus 1. So I'm thinking I need at least the cache and addresses like so. It is being created. Receiver output. So receiver output, parse send information dash wallet. I'm gonna do versus that selection output. So array is array. Oh, that's actually what I should have used. Before I forget, instance of, that's it. Let me change that right now while I'm thinking of it. Well, I'll give a refresh, make sure I didn't break anything. Still looking. Oh, wait. Yep, still working. Okay. So let's do fix data. Say change instance of array to array is array. All right. I think that will be better long term. Let's say fix data change about some to filter. All right, and for this one, this is the one I'm not sure about because so to do this like I'm thinking, I might actually have to move it back down, which I don't like it down here as much, but I think we might need it down here. Because I think we might need fund adders. So array is array fund adders. And it's greater than 0. We loop over it and derive the wallet data to get the private key, and that's how we're getting the private keys. This is what I was trying to look for inside of Dash Wallet. This one. Actually, that's what I was looking for. Generate address. So that's the structure, and what is wallet set to? Is W name. I'm gonna assume that wallet name okay, so wallet and then HD path. So let me copy this real quick so that I can kind of make sense of it. So I am doing something similar to this, and that's what I'm trying to get converted so that we can use it. Is inside of application here, we've got IndexedDB and addresses. And if I expand this one, for example, this is essentially the structure that I'm using. So I've got the address, so this would be like right there, like that. So I've got those. I've got account index, address index. So I would redo the HD path. Let's see if I've got the HD path anywhere. Just there. Let me see. Oh, that's in Dash Wallet. I was thinking I have some sort of reference to this somewhere in my code. Let me see if I've got this. No. I'm actually surprised by that I don't have the HD path. So key store, encrypt key store, init wallet. Init wallet, I think, is getting near what I want. So init wallet info override, is that it? That doesn't seem right. It must be in utils that I'm thinking of then. Drive, that's what I wanted. Okay, so drive wallet data. So this is where I thought I would have had references to the HD path, but apparently I'm not using that. But I could potentially get it. I'm going to copy that for now. And come to here. Maybe I'm going to set that there for now. So HD path is equal to something like this. Oh, I wonder if AJ doesn't include that. So the way I normally think of it is it also has the index right here. But he might be adding it like that. So he's using that as the path. as I used that. All right. So for everything I'm doing, the coin type is assumed to be 5, which is the dash coin type, I believe. Funding adders. Get adders with funds. That should be close to what I'm expecting. Funding adders. Adders with funds. But it would only return the ones with funds. So fund adders would be, it wouldn't be a complete list the way I'm using it right now. But it should be an object roughly in the expected shape. But we'd probably need to modify it around. We did, let's see. Actually, this is where this would be handy. Actually, that is checking if it's an array. Otherwise, it assumes it's an object, but I thought where it's being provided right here, funding adders. Oh, we're already getting it as the values. That's why. So we're already doing this little conversion to make it into an array. So in reality, you might want to cut that. And if we come here, we're already basically doing that. Although, you know what? We could just not do that. Because ideally, what I need to do is loop over, do a map. That will come back here and not do that. So then it is already an array, so we can loop over it with map. We can say, eh. Hmm. So, checked at HD path, the account index, a.account index, usage. I've only been doing see 0, I believe. So usage and index would be a dot address index. And wallet, I think, is essentially main. Actually, let's do wallet ID. So a dot wallet ID. Okay. And I'm gonna move that. So this might work. So for each fund adders, we add it to the cache. Okay. Let's refresh here. So I want to keep an eye on fund adders. Let's do send, half, send. All right, and something failed. can see there. Oh wait, no, it didn't. It did load. Okay, that's good. So we've got fund adders, and it shows the addresses that have funds and cached, which is all of the ones that have funds. Okay, so now at least, value wallet ID is equal to wallet ID and value inside balance. I did not realize that. So I am restricting this call to the wallet ID. So wallet ID, and the balance is greater than 0. All right, that's interesting. So I think it wouldn't actually use funds from one of the contacts. It would only use funds from... Is that right? Oh, no. This would work. It would work on all of them. Okay. I was thinking the contacts were going to have different wallet IDs, but I'm misremembering. So I think that is set up so that if we ever do support multiple wallets in the interface, if you... Let's see. So let's cancel out here. So if you did have exactly what I think was showing for AJ's stuff here, where is it? It's around here, I think. Okay, so he's got savings, whiffs, and main. In the instance, instead of main, you had like mobile or... Well, no, Let me see here. So generate name label priority. Phrase await dash phrase generate. If no whiffs, we generate the phrase. So I had a phrase in all of them. So now I'm thinking AJ was actually generating new phrases for each of these. Okay, so that would work like I was thinking it would then. Was around here. So main, whiffs, and savings are each different phrases as far as I can tell. I was thinking maybe they were somehow derived so that each of them was for like it was a phrase derived from an XPub or something like that, but it looks like they are full-on phrases. not derived from the main phrase. They're just full-on phrases of their own. So this would function like I was thinking. Right now, the main wallet that's being attached to your alias is essentially being treated as main. I don't have anything for whiffs or savings in here, but you could have a savings, for example. So if we added a savings wallet, you're interacting right now with your main one, and you would need a way to switch to the savings. So that said, the get adders with funds is restricting it to the main wallet. So it's only going to provide main wallet fund data, and it's also restricting it to the addresses with funds already, which I don't know if we should do that. If we're using Dash Wallet, it might be safe enough to provide all of the cached addresses. But for now, this is more than nothing. And I actually don't want to do this. I'm gonna uncomment that just so I can comment it out. But that should give us some cached addresses to work off of and a little bit more info. So our fund addresses come in, it's an array, it's structured like that. Our cached addresses get reset based on the data that's there, and we use the name of the wallet ID. I don't think I have it set up to name those wallets right now. We've got contacts, aliases. So essentially our alias here, which is tied to like us, is that might be the name. But since we've got the wallet ID tied to this wallet info, it might be safe enough to use that for now. And I might need to change that at a later time. So it may be worth it to add a little comment and say, what do I call it in here? I think selected alias. Yeah, so might need to change to selected alias. Maybe I'll just say maybe selected alias. But I'm going to leave this now because it's provided. It's unique enough. I should be able to find the wallet with that. So even though it doesn't match the selected alias, it does match the specific wallet. All right, so we do that. Then at least when we create this Dash wallet, it's got some version of the cache in there. I am actually wondering about this checked at thing now. Okay, and I think he was using date now. Date.now. So now is likely date.now. Oh. Whereas I don't know if I'm using now. What am I doing for updated at? To ISO string. So now. So the to ISO string is easier to read for a human. But that doesn't mean it's easier to compare against. So I'm trying to see where, if any, I convert it back to a date. And I haven't found it yet as far as I can tell. But I know that I do compare it somewhere. So I need to find that. Where in the heck do I set that? Or compare it. Not set, compare it. I believe it happens near, oh my gosh, I'm blanking out. Insight. Let's find insight. So find insight. If insight updated at. So if it has an updated at, we actually change it to 0. Is that what's happening? Let me look at that. Insight updated at. Oh, that's interesting. So that, oh, I should probably switch to this. So the Insight API is actually using date now or something close to it. Whereas I went with the more human readable one. But I think I like the less human readable one. So that's where it's getting updated at. That's what I've been looking for. And it's using get time. Let me see. If I do that. Oh, but what about that? Returns the number of milliseconds elapsed since midnight, January 1st, 1970. Universal coordinated time. Here's the stored time value in milliseconds since midnight, January 1st, UTC. Okay, that's funny. So I'm just using a longer version of it. And I like that better. And I guess that is not coming from the Insight API. That is something I was doing, but I can change it to that and it gets a little simpler. Let me search for get time. Okay, so created at get time. That might be right in this scenario. But for this one, date now should work. Okay, so now this is the only one that I've seen. I'm doing new date with the created at. And then getting the time, which I don't think now, yeah, now doesn't work there. So get time is appropriate. Okay, so that's all right. So time ago, get time. Wait. I literally am using date now right there. So date now minus created at get time. That's funny. Okay. But time ago is actually some of AJ's code from a while ago. From a long time ago. I don't know, long, but found it on his blog. Okay, so now I don't know why I did that. Kind of weird. Everywhere else I'm using camel case, but for that updated at I used snake case. I don't know why I did that. It's kind of weird. Oh, maybe that's why is the the OIDC claims default to underscore, and maybe I just defaulted to that. I prefer the one. This is, I think, also OIDC references. And that is as well. So I don't want to replace those. I wonder, with that change, I'm wondering if this will break or if when it doesn't find updated at without an underscore if it will create it, like this one. So I'm gonna refresh and check. Or I like potentially break a bunch of stuff. Now it's stale. Yep, look at that. It replaced it already. So the insight updated at is now camel case, and it has the camel case updated at there as well. But so this one is the ISO string. Do I want to keep it that way? I'm kind of leaning towards not. Date.now. Okay, I do think the ISO string may be appropriate for the OIDC claim. I might leave that one. I'm gonna leave that one as well. Okay. Hmm. All right, I did that because I want to disconnect it. Then let's add existing. I'm gonna do the key store. And we'll call it Jojo. Add and decrypt. All right, that's good. And where's the other wallet? There it is. click in here and do new contact. Gonna copy that and paste it. Add. All right. And I also had another one. And I think this second one, I must have tested stuff with it as well. Because when I refresh, now I have even more. Okay, so that is what I wanted to see, is now the updated at is the .now, which at least in that instance, I prefer slightly shorter. I don't mind the more readable one for the accounts or wallets, that's fine. Aliases is encrypted, contacts is encrypted. But for this, because we're generating so many, having a smaller value is okay, in my opinion. And let's see. That also has the updated at. Okay. So I need to test sending again. That's why all of this started. I don't know if it's going to be more accurate now or not. But I wanted to get that cache stuff in there to see if it made it slightly more accurate. So with that in there, I'm going to send some funds from this one. I'm going to say send a byte. We're going to do half. Actually, I'm going to do a full send this time. Hang on. I'm going to do a smaller send like that. Oh, didn't mean to close. All right. Send. I want to do 0.1. So I'm doing that to see what happens. All right, I'm going to clear that and send. Okay. Is saying that, let's see, send 0.01. Okay, so the transaction it created that is supposed to be for 0.01. Looks like it might be double. Probably because of the stamp value AJ was talking about. I'm gonna open that up. I'll leave that for now. Okay, and it does look like that updated. So it found its address in there. Okay, so it did get updated for at least one of them. Now that I've verified that worked, so sent to, why does it say that? Let me check this real quick. Sent to, send to. Why didn't that find anything? Send to, there we go. No, that's not it. Let's maybe search for this with the exact case. There. So intent to address. Okay. Is address not set, maybe? Outgoing. So handle submit. Address is right there. Address index. Transaction. Store contacts. Okay, updated at. Address index. All right, so address is not set, but I believe this happens in here. We call the send confirm. So not that. Should be there, send confirm. So what do we do? Contact and 2 get added. And 2 is set to anything. 2 starts with. So if I use 2 instead of address, that would work. Let me see. All right, 2. Would that be state.2? Maybe that's it. State amount, state 2. The other thing I wanted to do is so we have send to undefined, which should change to either the address or the alias. With the amount that's showing is the planned amount, not the actual that got sent. But what I want is this one's a lot closer, but it must have needed funds from one of the stamped, one of the other inputs, essentially. Contact, let's do that instead. So contact.alias. Wait, maybe I will keep it 2 for now. Because I think there's a chance the contact could just be an address. I think that would be where 2 comes into play. I want the amount, the actual amount that's sent. So what I was trying to think of is, those aren't it. If TX, so we have, what gets added to there? Let's see. So address, suppose I could make sure that address is there too. Create transaction, address, TX. So TX2 address, the amount, the contact, then the transaction. Okay, so the transaction has the outputs. All right, I think I figured out what I need to do. Not TX res, I want state TX. If state TX, we make TX res. TX res, we update our data in the index DB. We do sent transactions equals that, TX res, state transactions. So, state TX outputs dot outputs dot filter address. Not equal to maybe I don't want it there. Maybe I want it here. Transaction 2. EX amounts, filter. I wanted to figure out the change address. That's not where I want. So it's going to be in here. And create EX. Okay, that. But I wanted this change address. That's what I was trying to figure out. Change adder or fund adder's address. First fund adder. Temp wallet address. Okay. From wallet. Dash TX. All right, so we've got that. Back here, I think. Near there. Maybe above there, so. Well, maybe if TX. Let me see. Back to here. TX returns. Return TX. Okay, TX is the hash and sign all. Okay, so if I did that, and then we find it is create TX. Create TX here. So what we should actually do is let created TX that, and then TX is equal to oh wait, that's not right. Okay, so then I don't need to figure it out. I can do is not equal to change address. This would be TX here, not state. So let sent amount or amount to send equal tx, filter outputs, not equal to the change address. And let's see, so we filter it, so we only have that, and then I think we want to reduce. I almost never use reduce. The previous value, current index. So previous current. Oh, wait. Let me wrap these correctly. So previous current. Is that going to work how I'm thinking? Reduce. So 1, 2, 3. Initial value. Reduce initial value. Accumulator current value. So it's not previous. See if this works. So reduce, be that. Actually, let's do that. And then suppose I could do an initial value like that. Let's see if this works. Initial value 0. Why is there a 4 there? Just pasted it there. Accident. All right, so amount to send is we filter to just the addresses we provided. Accumulator. This is where I think it goes haywire because it's actually an object. So I think we'd want the outgoing. That's not right. X outputs. I think I would actually prefer Satoshis. So accumulator dot Satoshis. Nope, not there. Accumulator dot Satoshis. All right, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, and you know what? This is why I hate doing stuff like this, and I'd rather just go for each amount to send equals 0. Yeah, I know how to do this. This is simple to reason about for me. So for each output, we'll do O again, and we'll say O dot Satoshis. This is where we want the Satoshis. O dot Satoshis. Amount to send plus Satoshi. See, that's just more simple to reason about. And then amount to send, we will do like that. But I think we want see, 2 dash. Are we using a 2 dash or anything? No. Well, we're using it somewhere. 2 dash. Come on. We've got 2 sats there. Let's see if we can do dash tx. Do we have dash? Nope, we're not including that. Guess I've got fixed dash. Maybe that would do it. I don't think that's gonna do it. So utils. Here we go. So 2 dash. Fixed dash, 2 dash. So it expects dash. This one expects duffs. So 2 dash like that. So if we come back here now and we do 2 dash, import it. So 2 dash. Okay. This might work. At least it will let me debug a little bit better. Okay, so send byte. I'm gonna do 001 send. Well, that's interesting. Cannot read properties of undefined. Why not? Guess I'm not using initial value now. The transaction dot outputs. Output. So TX does not have outputs there. Oh, derp. TX as created transaction. I think that might fix it. Send 0.001 send. Okay. So now if we look in here, we're looking for TX2. No, that ain't right. Outputs should be more than 0, that's for sure. So amount to send plus 0. So output dot satoshis. So output loop. Yet still that 2 dash is converting it to all zeros. 2 dash Duff's RAM sample 0. Let's just do that for now and see what happens. It definitely has more than nothing, but when it's trying to convert, it's not converting right with the 2 dash. Maybe a lowercase 2 dash will do it. Let's try that out. Here. Okay. There we go. I don't know why that other one wasn't working. Should have, but okay. So in this instance, I want to send 0.01 and a little bit more. That's an acceptable one to me. So I'm going to go ahead and send this, but let me pull up the other window. Okay, I'm going to refresh this for good measure, so they're both loading the same version. All right, so 0.00236,200 send. And it already bumped up, but it looks like it bumped up by more than it should have, I think. Or maybe it just bumped me up to that next level. I don't know. That seemed like it was more than it should have been. I'm gonna refresh just to check here. 3386. It did look like it was a little off, but okay. Well, that's sent. Let's do this again. And this time I'm going to test a full send. I'm going to clear that. Say full. Let's say send. All right. So now if we look at what we're sending, 7344, 7332. Okay, I actually don't want to do full send yet. Let me cancel this. I'm actually going to clear that. Instead, I want to do 0.3. Send. So now it still has 2 outputs. They're both to the same address though. Okay, so this is a good example of what I wanted to check for. Is I said 0.3, but it's doing 0.36 something. What if I cancel, do 0.4? Still two outputs. Oh, look at that. So instead of 0.4 this time, it's doing 0.5. So 0.005 instead of 0.004 right here. All right. So I didn't mean to get into all of this nitty-gritty details about the amount, but you know, right now I think I'm sending 0.004, and these might be such small fractions it actually doesn't matter, but sending an entire extra one and then some, maybe it's only going to happen at this small values, but what if I, thought I was sending 1.5 dash and it sends 2? Like, that would be, 15 bucks difference, whatever. I haven't checked the price today, but, last I checked, it was about 30 bucks per dash. And if you sent an entire extra half of a dash, I think AJ figured it out. So this is because I'm sending such small amounts, it's in the stamp value. But it is a little disconcerting to me that it's jumping up by that much. Hmm. But I'm going to go ahead and send this. So send, open that. Should have, let's see, so sent transactions to byte, address 004. All right, and if we look at this, is that the right one? I don't know which one's the right one. Probably not that one. In confirmations. So probably this one. That's a smaller amount. This one's still unconfirmed. And I tried to send 4. Okay. So this is probably the one that's sent. Oh, I guess I do have the transaction ID. Yeah, so 3E9. That's the one that just sent. And now I want to send again, and I want to try to do the remaining balance. So full amount, I'm gonna click send. Generated the transaction, that's good. And if I click send, looks like it sent the transaction. So now my wallet, dang it. It should be empty. It did update, but it's showing that it's got like a little bit of a value there. But I'm gonna click it. Okay, now with that, it looks like it cleared out. I'm gonna refresh for good measure too. Okay. So, and now we're up to 0.01. But I should probably refresh that too. Okay, but I don't want to actually manually refresh this browser because all of this started because we noticed we would try to send funds back and forth and we weren't able to correctly. But I want to be able to send. That's one. This is the one I just sent. Wow, that's funny. Sent pretty quickly. Okay. So now if I go back and I'm trying to send the full balance. All right. It generated the transaction at least. I think it was failing there before. So there's not much, and send. It worked there. That's good. And it already went through. Okay, that's good. It's still saying it's got the wrong amount there, but now without refreshing this one, we did see it came through, it updated. Let's see, without refreshing, if I can do this. So, full send. No. Okay. That's what we were looking for right there. Is Satoshis must be a positive number unless inputs are specified. So use all coins. So use all coins in wallet.js. So core UTXOs, where are we getting core UTXOs? So in one of these, we are doing either get core UTXOs for that, or get core UTXOs for this. All right, so we can at least see the fund adders we tried to use for this. In reality, it should be consolidated to just one. So it's possible that had not actually been. Let's look here. All right. So insight-wise, yeah, these should not have. Yes, it's still showing that these ones have balances. So let's cancel, and I'll click that first. Let's check that one. See if it updated. Okay, so says there's a balance there, and a balance there, and one there. Let's refresh instead of just that update. So balance there. Still showing these have balances. That's a little bit weird because I think they should have all consolidated down. Yeah, I think all of these should have consolidated down, so it's odd. Let's try sending again. We've just done this refresh. So that time it generated it. But look at that. All right, so something's haywire here. It's saying it only has one input and one output. And that one input has the entire amount. That's exactly what I was thinking. But these other ones are still acting like they have a balance. So which address was that? That one. Okay, copy that. Paste. No, don't paste there. Paste there. Okay, so that's the real one with the balance. What should have happened I really am confused by how this filtering works, because I did the exact address and it should have only chosen this one, but for some reason it shows 4 of them. Very odd to me. Yet I'm pretty sure I've done this before where I shorten it and it like finds less. I don't know. It's odd. All right. So that's the one with the balance. That's what I was expecting, but it should have updated all these other ones to have a 0 balance. So like that one shouldn't be there. Yeah, so what's supposed to happen when you click this, it should have gone through all of the addresses and done an update regardless. Let's search this real quick, because maybe I foobarred this a little bit and it only updates the balance if there's a balance. But it's possible that, let's look at network after I did that. It's not showing. Let me do it again. The UTXO. So no content. Okay, so that one returns something. Did it, let me. Okay. So we sent the addresses, it returned with one of them. Okay. So it returned with one of them having a balance, but in reality, what I needed to do in here is if only one is returned, everything else should get updated with a 0 balance. So that's going to be in here, I think. So update wallet funds. So see that? Address keys length is equal to 0. We return the funds. Okay, maybe not that. That would only be if there's no keys. So we do this update. We get instant balances for address keys. If balances length is greater than 0, we update the balance to funds. Then we loop over the balances. We get each item. Hmm. So we need to loop over the address keys, I think, rather than this. Or maybe both. I don't want to loop over both if I can avoid it, but I might have to. So update all funds for address keys. All right, so maybe I could do it this way. So inside res address string. That what it's called? Yeah, address string. Okay. I cannot recall. So the index, the beginning of the specified portion returns the section of a string, or is it splice that I want? Removing elements. Okay. Removes elements from an array and if necessary inserts new, turning the deleted elements, an array containing the elements that were deleted. So start and delete count, I think I just want to delete one. So start would be that and one. Okay, so if we do that, then we could do oh wait. Okay, so I'm wondering. Okay, so if I do that, then I don't need address keys in there. Okay, so then if we do inside res address keys, select header of address keys. Let's see. Those have no insight. So maybe what I want to do is not go like that. Let's do header and see. Right, so then I won't need to delete insight. I just have adder and I don't even think I need to set that. And actually, then I wouldn't need to do any of that. I just need that. So set item. Oh, I suppose I could maybe do insight. So minus insight balance or 0. Okay, this might work. And let me do let rm, let's see, rm keys. Okay, and then rm keys is equal to that. Then down here we can do removed keys. Right, so mostly I want to make sure that I'm removing the key that I intend to and not removing an extra one. So let's refresh here and see what happens. So it already did update all funds, get instant balances. Balances, remove keys, LOD. Okay, that is the one we wanted removed. What I should also do then is check adder keys. So adder keys, I'm just going to do dot length and make sure it is now 59 instead. Yep, 59 instead of 60. So it did that. And all of this was also enabled. So it did refresh this. Let's check our insight once. Got a wallet there. It's not the right address, but I think that's actually why I was adding the wallet here, the wallet ID. I was moving to the front because it actually shifted this wallet ID and it was easier to keep track of which ones had been modified. So that had been modified. That one had been modified. This one. And it looks like none of them have balance anymore. So there you go. That's our only address with the balance right now. Cool. All right, so now that's at least updating correctly. And after the request, yeah, so after the request is done, it then loops over the keys that didn't return a result and clears out their insight balance, and also should update the funds and remove that balance. So this could be problematic. I'm a little concerned because if if a WebSocket connection comes in, that might actually mess it up balance wise, where it removes it. I'm not going to do that for now. I'm going to leave that disabled. Because in this instance, it's looping over this and adding to the funds. So those should all be new funds, not existing, because funds is set to 0 there. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to subtract funds. Because it's also not looping over the address keys to add the funds that are there. This is forcing an update. Okay, so yeah, that I'm gonna delete that for now. Okay. And I now know that's working. So I'm actually gonna delete that. And this does not need to be assigned anymore. I'm gonna delete actually both of those, since I'm confident it's doing the right one. Address index. If address index is greater than -1, wrap this for good measure. I don't think this would have run into a problem, but maybe it could have. If for some reason the address wasn't found like I was expecting, and then we tried to splice it out, or if it was a negative number, that could have actually removed an address we didn't mean to. So this should at least be more accurate. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so now we've got this balance. We need to come over to this here. Let's refresh this one for good measure. So both of these are relatively up to date. All right, so let's do a send. I'm going to do halvesies. Send and send. Gonna open that up and probably close these other ones now. Okay, so we were expecting .005355. But what actually got sent was 00635,200. Or 2, I guess I don't need to say those zeros if there's nothing after it. Okay. And if I click OK, that balance is already updated, and this one is updated. And, okay, so I'm going to do send. I'm going to do full this time. Nope. Okay, so we still have an issue here. I was hoping getting that. Oh, but you know what? So we do that, but we're not updating all funds. And I think it might be worthwhile to actually run this after a send. So transaction, instant send result, instant send result. So update funds is defined here, but I don't think we have access to wallet or wallet funds. Yeah, and I don't want to add them to send transaction. So what I actually want to do is let's see. So send transaction happens here, I think. Right there. So TX res. We do those updates. Okay, so let's see. We've got that. Okay, good. So we are passing wallet in. We just weren't using it. So state wallet will work. Wallet funds we now are getting, although I don't think I added that. So we need to, let's see. That. State all funds, and there should be a something else. So send confirm. State all funds. Oh, it already has wallet funds. Interesting. That's what I needed. Okay, so now it should have what it needs to update all the funds after the transaction is sent. And then it will also render, without blocking it, will render the transaction, but at least it will get it updating. Okay, so then let's clear and refresh here. Get that pulled back up there. Our data is stale, it says. So let's refresh that. I wonder if I can search. No, it says from key. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so I want to gonna send half just to see if it updates. Okay, so send confirm. All right, so that should only run after I actually send. So let's send. Okay. If it updated, this should be complaining about it being out of sync, but I don't think it ran correctly. So what went haywire? Handle submit, send. I mean, it definitely got to this stuff, so this probably ran. I guess I can update all funds. It didn't run. What? Oh my gosh. I forgot to save the freaking file. That explains a little bit. That's embarrassing. All right. Well, that sucks. Okay, let's refresh. Now that the file's saved, it's saying we have a zero balance, so it actually sent all of our funds already. That's bizarre. And this is up to date, it looks like. So that's all the funds. Let me see. So let's reverse this. So half to Jojo, send, and send. Okay, that time it did update all funds. So the other place we could stick that update all funds is in here. So socket found address and store. We could, we're already using it in main. If we do update all funds like that, we might just be able to stick it in here and say, if result length is greater than 0, update all funds. Okay, so with that set up, I did save that time, good. Let's get the other browser window here. I'm gonna refresh this for good measure, so it also has that change. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to do half again. I suspect it won't work. I think it's gonna send basically the entire amount. I could be wrong though. Okay, so it did do the update. It received, it saw the socket stuff, and so it did trigger the update all funds thing. So those should be up to date. We click OK. Now look at that. It says we have a negative balance. This is what I was afraid of, but I did disable the minus stuff, and that update all funds should have gotten it to be the correct amount. That's interesting. So maybe it's not safe to use update all funds in here, or maybe we need some sort of delay before we do that. Like we could maybe do a set timeout. One second. So if we did that, after a second, that should run. We could also switch I don't know if that matters, but a slight delay, it might be fine. Let's test that out real quick. And I'm gonna refresh this one too. Okay. So now at least it shouldn't update all funds before. I mean, you could have a slow connection, so that could still run beforehand. Even though it should be awaiting. So this is awaited. That send should be done. So let's see. So let's send the remaining balance to Jojo. And send. Go for it. Okay. Well, you see, it still has that, so that's not right. that updated. It does look a little wrong though. Let's, okay, so see, that's just so funny because this one updated and it's still about the same. This other one updated and it didn't get rid of the stragglers. I don't know. Okay, so if let's do this again. I have not refreshed this window, so I'm going to do half and send. Okay. Look at that. So it refreshed. It did the negative thing again, but clearly that's wrong. Maybe not doing it here and send confirm. Maybe waiting till it's triggered. Let's do that. Let's refresh here and refresh here. Okay. So instead of doing that after the send and waiting for it to happen from the WebSocket might be more reliable. So I'm actually going to clear that. Let's try and finish sending this. I'm just going to do a full send, send, send. Okay. Updated. Oh, wait. Did I? I'm a derp, aren't I? I just disabled this, didn't I? No, I didn't. That should have worked. But it didn't. So I think that should have triggered. Maybe that will fix it. We'll see. All right, so we've got a zero balance there. Now it's time to start the reverse again. All right, so I've just refreshed both of these. Let's do a halvesies. To Jojo. And send. That updated. And that updated. And it did the... Nope. It didn't do this one. Should be available there. Did save it. Maybe I forgot to refresh that window though. I am pretty sure I refreshed that window. But I'll do it again just in case. It's certainly refreshed now. So I'll refresh it here so people can see. There we go. Let's refresh now. Let's do a half send again and see this time. I'm gonna clear this. Send. And send. Okay, that time there was the delay, but it did update all balances. However, that still seems wrong to me. I'm guessing if I click it again, yeah. Not 100% accurate. But let's try sending back before refreshing this window. I did just clear that, but let's see. So halvesies, byte, send. I think it got further than it normally does. And it updated that, but I feel like that value is likely wrong. Guess it's right. That one, 6832, looks like it's right as well. So let's do send again. Gonna do full, byte, send, and send. Okay, that one updated. Well, this one updated clearly, but this one did not. That's odd. So it's sent to QQAJ. So I don't have that in here. But that might mean that I've used all the addresses. So if we've used 20, okay, so this one only has 40 entries. So if this happened to be address index 20 or higher, oh man. Let me see. I do receive. That ain't right. Or maybe it is. So store name, string, account index 1. Still account index 1. So it's not incrementing that. T1C 5YI. Okay, that's incrementing it now. But even there, this is not showing an increase. So that's address index 8 there. Let's nine. 10. Assuming, let's see. Okay. Wow, this is really irritating. We've got to improve the way to generate addresses here for, like, generate a new one. Not that I've done this much, but now that I'm doing this right now, this is very irritating. And if I freaking mess up and accidentally close the dialogues, I think it's going to restart. Oh, that's fun. Or if I mess up like that, apparently I clicked too quickly. And now I literally have to close. Oh my gosh, this is, oh, it says address index 15. That might be good. Yay. All right. At least there's that. All right, 17. Let's see. 18. I have not been watching, but I'm assuming we haven't seen. Oh, that one was QQCP. That's interesting. We're looking for QQAJ. So that's address index 20. There it is. Address index 21. Is that right? Address index 21. Okay. So address index 21 is outside of our range. And so we can't see the funds because we haven't generated it to detect the funds. So if we come in here, how many do we have? We have 60 now. All right, if we refresh, still no. Let's see, QQ, AJ, still no. There it is. It is right there. And it does have a balance. But clicking that didn't update. Try it one more time for good measure. Still didn't update. Even though, that is bizarre. So the value's updating, the update balance is happening, but if I refresh, now it's updated. All right. Okay. I don't know if I've got the energy to deal with this further. But not right now. I need a break. That's the gist. Is I'm streaming for over 6 hours now. I kind of need a break. But this is related to here. Batch generate tweaks. So we need to check each address funds and generate 20 past the last with funds. I need to pre-generate accounts with some addresses when importing a phrase to start adding contacts after the last account with funds. So that's what we're not doing. It's why this didn't update, even though the funds were sent, and why I was like, what the heck, where'd those funds go? But it was actually fine. We just on this wallet generated funds outside of the index this one was checking for. Oh, I want to say stage 1 is complete, but this feels like a thing that needs to be completed in stage 1. I'm going to go ahead and try to clean up what I've done so far and get it committed. Let me remove this because I don't think it was working well enough. And what about here? So amount to send. Let's see. Fix UI, fix a bug. Resolve some of the issues with dash wallet.js send. Okay, gonna do that. And actually, I am gonna undo this so that I have these changes, as I might want to re-enable them at some point. Just don't want to commit them right now. And that is committed. Um, all right, let's push those changes. I think All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to merge what we have done into master. It's been a while since I've updated it, and I mean, what we have done now is still better what was there in master, and QA is merged to master. So I'm going to go ahead and get this merged. Let's see. PR. That's the wrong window. Where's the right one? There it is. The music stop again? It did. We'll get some music going. I mean, I'm almost done, but I'll turn on some music for now while I get this merged. So Uh-oh. Let's get stash. Okay, I couldn't check out to master. Now I could. Let's see. Hit read base. All right, and push. That's taking a while. A little bit concerning. What's going on? There we go. I think. No? Oh, there we go. That was weird. There's quite a delay there. All right, so that is merged now. I'm gonna pull this over. So at least part of the this is done. but let me see. I'll find the commit it was fixed in. That's the commit right there. So fixed by that. All right. Close with comment. All right. And what else? QR code to fund my own wallet and receive modal. This might also be fixed. So let's say change the receive funds QR flow. Close with comment. All right. Feel like there was one other thing. Finish pairing with contact. This one should be fixed, although it was never converted to an issue. I thought there was at least one other issue that was open that is fixed. On mobile, user has to unlock. Okay, that's not fixed. This is not fixed. Add a refresh button is not fixed. AJ added comments here. Get balance of wallets. This we should discuss. Maybe draw out on paper. I am not ready to deal with that. There might be some stuff missing. What's in here? Implement wallet.js as a front-end app. I'm gonna close this. Okay. So let's refresh this. Okay, well, that is now merged. Let's check the actions. Yeah, it says it was merged, which means one of these, that one, this should be up to date. Yeah, it is. And I know because it literally says -URL search params, and that's something I just added. So, let's do that. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here. So thank you all for tuning in, and please consider liking, following, subscribing, sharing, all that good stuff. Much appreciated. And even if you didn't like it, let me know in the comments what you didn't like, what maybe I could do better. And